Hello. I have returned. I am back for more game dev. And I've rearranged my stuff a little bit. Not in any way that you wouldn't be able to tell, but hopefully I will be slightly more effective this stream and not fumbling. So, is this working? It is working. Okay. I I forgot that the keyboard that I have plugged into my computer that is always plugged in also has a Bluetooth mode. So I have a Bluetooth keyboard hooked up to um my iPad now. So that should make things slightly easier for keyboard shortcutting. I also moved my mic out of the way. It's now upside down. I don't know if that affects the audio or not, but we'll see. I should probably check that, huh? Hold on, let me check that. Boop. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Sounds fine. Okay. All right. Let's make a gear. So I already did a little bit of work on this. So I finished the second panel, right? So I started with this. I finished the second panel yesterday, and I've already worked on the third panel a little bit today. I kind of went a different route to make it a little easier. Didn't really make things easier. Didn't really help. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm just I have two layers now. So I have this layer with just the actually I could probably move well just the holes basically, just the circles. And I'm going to rearrange them so that they fit where I rotated the under sprite, the full sprite. Um, yeah, I can just do this. Boop. Deselect that. Now I can just move it over, right? And now if I go to fill, the fill layer, I can just erase stuff underneath it. And then I can do a boop, select inverse. I can get this color out. I'll zoom in a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. I can just fill in the gaps. So it's a little bit quicker. It's not like super fast, but it's slightly faster. Trying to make this as quick as possible. Oh no. Yeah, it's basically what I did today was just kind of figure out a better way of doing things while watching streams and stuff. It was fine. Oh no. To move this. And now if I mess up, I can just oops. Does that work? Nope. I have to do Command Z. There we go. And then Command Y. Oh, what did that do? Oh, that's cool. it gives you a little, if you hold down the command key, it gives you a little like keyboard shortcut cheat sheet. I just I just realized that because I wait, can I tap it? No more redo. Okay, yeah, so I could just hold and tap. That's cool. That's actually slightly easier, so I don't have to remember which buttons I pushed. I like it. I dig it. I'm all for it. Now, I'm on the wrong layer, first of all. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, erase the inside. Oop, nope. I erased the wrong layer. Nice. Let's go back and grab this circle. I can't tell if I accidentally grabbed some of the wrong bits. Guess we'll find out when I move it. No, on the wrong layer. Nope, I got all the right bits. Cool. That's the thing about workflows, right? You gotta find the one that works for you. Don't just like rely on other people to give you a good workflow. All right. So these last three I have to kind of copy from other places because I had to delete them to be able to rearrange this one in the right spot. So I'm just going to, nope, do that. Go to this layer, deselect. Interesting. I want to copy this. So Command C, Command V. Nice. So easy. So efficient. Why is this not? That was weird. Right, I'm using the wrong keyboard shortcuts. Hold on. I'm using Windows keyboard shortcuts instead of the Mac keyboard shortcuts. Okay. No, go away. Boop. Maybe. No, it looks better there. Nope. All right, last little bit here. Grab this piece. Wait, why does that look so funky? It's fine. Actually, I should probably copy this one because they are slightly different. I just realized that. Okay, here. So, copy this dude real quick. Nope. What just happened? Why is it not letting me move it? Oh, did I? Because I'm an idiot. That's why I had it deselected instead of selected. So let's try this again. Let's double check. That's weird. Why don't I see dancing ants? Oh, I know why. There we go. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. All right. How does that look? Oh, actually, I still need to do one more thing really quickly. Because this down here is a mess. I need to clean up these edges. That looks right. Yeah, it's just the bottom edge that's mostly messed up at this point. Okay. Let's just do a quick playthrough. Whoa, that looks weird with the dancing ants. Dancing ants. Okay. Yeah. Getting there. It's getting there. Oh man, I am really sweaty for some reason. I'm going to try turning down my AC real quick. All right. So I can't. It it's hard to tell if the outer layer is actually moving, like if it looks right or not. So far, what I've done. All right. Stop. So this is the original, right? Everything's in like the quadrants. This is a 7% rotation, and this is a 15% rotation from the original. So to get to a full 90-degree rotation, it's going to need 1, 2, 2, 4, 4 to get. So it's going to need 4 more to get to 45, right? Because it would be 22, then 30, then 37, then 45. And then, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So to do a full rotation, a full animation, it'll need twice that. So 14 frames of animation. Is that right? 14 seems like a weird number. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it'd be 15, right? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'll keep going until it looks right. Hopefully the next few bits will be slightly easier. So I'm going to merge this down. I'm going to copy frame. I'm going to paste frame. And so now it looks like it's going backwards again. But what I need to do is now I need to rotate this 15 degrees. Right? 7 plus 15, 22. Yeah. Okay. So we go boop, 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 boop. 15-degree rotation. Okay. So now it's all janky. But what I can do is I can new layer, copy cell, paste cell. So now we can get rid of this outer layer here. Is that right? Yeah. And I might need to tweak like the shading a little bit on this outer gear so that it doesn't look like it's exactly the same and just going back to the previous position. Wait, why is that? Oh, I found a mistake on this layer. Oops. Okay. Now I need to fix that here as well. It's the wrong layer. Oh, interesting. So it should be like that. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, so let me go back and fix that over here. Okay. So I'm going to do basically the same thing I did last time, which is to select all this purple. Oops, wrong layer. Select all this purple. Can I just hit delete here? Backspace? Delete? No. Edit. Oh, I can just hit the trash can. Boop. Okay. So now I can see where it's going to go. And I think what I'm going to do this time, because it's more of a pain to move the little circles than it is to move the big circles. So I'm just gonna erase this big circle instead, so that I have space to move the other circles into the right spot. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. I guess I could do some of this cleanup, some of the pre-cleanup, right? So like I can actually deselect that. Let's do the middle circle first because that's the easiest. Because it doesn't need to move. It just needs to be copied down. So we're going to Command C. Actually, I can do cut, boop, paste. Here we go. So now that's on that layer, right? It looks nice. Yeah. Clean up the edges a little bit. Make it look pretty. Undo. Oh, I see what happened. I was deselecting. I didn't mean to deselect. Just lather, rinse, repeat at this point. As long as I don't mess it up. I'm on the wrong layer. Actually, I need to move this one first because it's a little too close to the other, to where I want to put that one. There we go. Nice and clean. Is there a select inverse? I know there's a deselect function. Inverse select, Command I. Why are they so far apart? Yeah, it's not really worth it. Why does that look weird? Yeah, that looks right. Is that broken on this one too? It sure is. Man, look at all these issues I'm finding. I thought I did a pretty good job on that second frame. Turns out I did not. Command I. That work? I pressed the wrong command button. Hmm. I really dig this soundtrack. Very retro wave. If you're watching this on YouTube or on a VOD, you have no idea what I'm talking about, which is fine. That's why I put the little name and icon in the bottom right, so you can see what I was listening to, even though you can't hear it. Select inverse. No, I don't want to move that. Move this first. Doesn't move it. Yeah, I need to deselect it. Oops. The heck? Oh, I see. Need a stretch. Very important to stretch. Move your body around. It's not supposed to sit still. That is way too close. Let me move that down. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. Mm, interesting. Is that a problem here as well? No. Weird. It's just a problem here. My pad stand is very wobbly and it bothers me. I thought I had fixed it, but it's still wobbling and I'm going to try to fix it again. Hold on a second. Creak. groan. This is the sound of me adjusting my iPad holder. Okay, that feels more stable. Let's see if it worked. No, it's still shaky as shit. Oh well. All right. Almost done with this frame. Making progress. Man, I almost want to bucket this, but there's this one spot down here that's being weird. Let's try that again. Boop. Right, that's why I didn't want to bucket that. Undo. Let's do... God, that's more tedious than just going around and penciling it in. Fine. Won't take that long. All right. Oh my goodness, it looks like it's actually turning. It's starting to look like a turning gear. I love it. I love it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. I have returned. Boop. I left the animation running. Oops. It's fine. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, let's get back into this. Let's do the next frame. We're on a roll. 4 whole frames for this animation. Love it. You love to see it. All right, stop. So I'm going to duplicate this frame now. Copy frame, paste frame. Oh, I forgot to merge down. Why does that look so weird? It's fine. Everything's fine. All right, so I'm going to rotate this 15 degrees. Boop. And I'm going to copy this cell, create a new layer, paste that cell. Get rid of these teeth that do not look right. Actually, let's get rid of this dark layer here. Oh, I'm deselecting. I want to select. There we go. And then boop. Okay. Just make sure I don't delete something I don't want to. Oops. All right, now let's erase this. Let's do this bit, the middle bit. And we'll cut that, trash that, paste that. Actually, no, I don't want to deselect. I want to inverse select. Fix these edges. Did I mess this up? Hmm. It's a little too close. Gosh dang it. That was better. Much better. I completely forgot to be checking for issues. I knew I was forgetting something. Nope, wrong page. Twitch Inspector. Sorry, I'm doing something. I'm not just sitting here staring at my thing. Come on. You don't have to be a pain in the butt. Guess I don't need that anymore. Um, Good enough. Okay, sorry. I had to rearrange my computer so I could see all the things. Hmm. Sorry, I'm waiting for my hand to get feeling back into it. I need to get my brace somewhere around here. We will find that. 1 second. Okay. Brace acquired. And I have feeling in my thumb again, which is a good thing. Okay. Dang it. On the wrong layer. Again. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da bum. Ah, where are we? No, forgot. My keyboard was connected to the wrong thing. There we go. Got it working. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Oh, I just about knocked over my coffee from a long time ago, trying to reach for my mouse. Welcome on in. How's your night going? I am trying to make an animation. Where did that go? Nope. Let me undo that. I'm going to deselect part that I don't need first because it was overlapping with stuff that I didn't want to move. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. Oh, damn it. Bum, 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 bum. Why does that look funky? I think it's wrong in the... That corner's wrong. I need to fix that. Let me go back up here. I'm gonna erase this and erase that. And then go back down here and fill that in. And now I need to go check this to see, yeah, it was like that on the original. Oops. That's also wrong. Boop. Cool. Beta. No funky corners here. No, thank you. Do, do. Bow, da, bow. Nope. It's a little too close. Let me move it down a smidge. Nope. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I need to inverse it. There. There. Yeah. There. Nope. Do, do, do. Yeah, I want that to be a little bit further down, I think. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, this one's got funky corners too. Is that the fill layer? No. So now I gotta go check this. Yep, it's crappy too. It's got those funky corners. Things past me. Oops. Hand's getting a little shaky. It's okay. I will persevere. What am I doing? Okay. It's looking good. I like it. Frame. Paste frame. Keep it going. Okay. Oh, wrong layer. Hmm. Just finding all the problems with all of the things as I'm copying and pasting. I guess this is a good way of finding issues, right? Using the same assets over and over and over again and then seeing where they mess up. Hmm. Oh, got squished. Okay. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Hmm. Hello, Boxed Sand Bee. How you doing? I am currently in the middle of cleaning up a animation for my game. You're a pixel artist as well. Awesome. Got any art you want to share? Love to see it. Boop, 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 boop. A lot of them aren't done. Yeah, I feel that. Shading skills. Shading is difficult with pixel art. It's very easy to do it wrong, for sure. The most torture part of pixel art is indeed shading. I would agree with that. Try to keep it as simple as possible, like that cell shading style. I've tried doing dithering, but it's not easy. It's really easy to do it wrong. Hue shifting? Yeah, color theory is important. Color theory is very important for shading things properly. You want to make sure you get the right vibe. I found that actually using a very limited palette makes it easier to shade because then you reduce the number of possibilities that you could use, right? Like I've only got 7 colors in this palette. I'm only really using 6 of them. Um, it just makes it easier to like, okay, I only have so many options. I can only pick one. Pick ones that make sense. Yeah, if you can make games, well, go make games, man. Figure it out. I'm learning how to make games in Godot. I taught myself Unity years ago. What's stopping you? Also, what game do you want to remake? You want to remake Shadow Fight 2 in pixel art? I'm not familiar with Shadow Fight 2. What's that about? Oops. It's a game about a guy who lost his body because he opened a forbidden gate. Now he has to defeat the demons from that gate to get his body back. That sounds awesome. When did that come out? It sounds cool. Have to check it out. What, kitty? Back off. 2013? Right on. Oops. Did that wrong. On the wrong layer. Yeah, man, go figure out. I mean, like what kind of game is it? Is it like a fighter? Is it a roguelike with 2D, 3D? What's the I'm guessing it's 2D, right? Because if you want to do it in pixel art in 3D would be interesting. Yeah. Roguelike? Okay. Well, there's plenty of 2D game systems, game engines out there. There's Game Maker. I made a Game Maker a long time ago. The Game Maker 1, and then I tried switching over to Game Maker 2, and that's when I started working in Unity. Um every character is a shadow. Interesting. Interesting. That sounds cool. Yeah, go give it a try. Start making the art and start putting it into a game, man. Currently, I'm using Godot, which is very good for 2D stuff. I don't know. Have you ever tried playing around with any game engines? Technically, the icon isn't a shadow, but if you might them, they appear to be a shadow. Oh, fight them. Okay. I'm like, I don't understand what that means. Right on. So they appear to be shadows if you try to fight them. Yeah, stupid autocorrect. Nope, wrong layer. Fighting in the game's really realistic. That's cool. Have you ever seen Stick Fight, the game? Yeah. The thing I like about Stick Fight is it's super basic. Um, it's super basic character design, but the movements is really like on point. Like so, even though it's just like stick figures, they still look like it's like real fighting, which is cool. I bet you could do something similar to that in pixel art. Oops. Um, I mean, it does have physics, if that's what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by it's a bit ragdoll. I mean, I guess when they die, they ragdoll, but that's like true for a lot of fighting games. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what point you're trying to make. The story becomes confusing in the third game. Well, I don't know how. I don't know if there's been a lot of games that have had more than two or three games that the story holds up. Like I don't feel like that's a unusual thing for the story to start falling apart. Like usually, the way these things happen is they make one game, it goes really well. Um, they try to make another one. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. And then by the time you're in like the third or fourth game, it's like they're just trying to keep up the hype, but it's clearly not keeping the same focus as the original. Oops. Pretty common issue with a lot of multiple storyline games, multiple series games. Like, why did Shadow become a villain? How did the Descendant become strong? Yeah. I mean, I'll have to take your word on it. I haven't, like I said, I haven't played the game. I didn't even know that there were multiple games in the series, so. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The fact that they publish multiple games is kind of impressive to me. So, you know, start from there. Oops. Dun, 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 dun. So, what are you working on currently? What pixel art are you working on? Can you tell me about it? You're working on your shadow skills? Oh, your shading skills. Okay. I was like, oh, are you becoming a shadow like your shadow fighter? Um, right on. But are you working on a specific project? Like, or are you just doing shading studies? It's okay. Shading studies, like hairs on a desk next to a bowl. But that's the kind of stuff that I did when I was in art school back in college. I think I still have them around here somewhere in a closet or a box. I don't know. Yeah, you just use a yellow ball as the light. Right on. Hey, discrete art. What's up? How you doing? Sorry, my screen is really far away. I can't see chat. I need to make it bigger. My old eyes are getting going bad. Can I zoom in on this? How you doing tonight? I'm doing good. I am working on an animation for a game that I'm building in Godot. Let me get. And my setup is very wonky. I'm trying to press buttons on a keyboard that's far away from me. Here we go. Control plus. There we go. Now I can read chat. Um, yeah, doing a little pixel art gear. Let me zoom out so you can see. Boop. So that's what I've got so far. It's a work in progress. Stop. You love pixel art? Oh no, you're you guys' names are the same color and I can't tell who's talking. Actually, I'll try to draw the King of Legions from the third game. Um, right on. That sounds like a cool project. Am I a game dev? Yes. I'm a hobbyist game dev. Um, I went to art school and I currently work as a um, data engineer, software engineer. So I'm trying to I'm trying to get into game dev, but I mostly just do it as a fun little thing. Currently, I'm trying to learn Godot. I taught myself Unity years ago, but I didn't really like the way Unity was kind of flip flopping on how you're allowed to like monetize their engine. So I moved over to Godot. Yeah, I'm a software engineer. I used to be a systems developer, and before that, I worked in book production. I've done a few things. Yeah, sysadmin, lots of coding stuff. But yeah, I'm currently teaching myself Resprite and Godot. Oops. Um, when I was going to school, I learned like Photoshop and like the Adobe products. But now I'm trying to learn like programs that are specific to pixel art because I really enjoy pixel art. One thing I learned as well is to use darker version of the color as its outline. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb. Software developer and software engineer. So developer is a more broad term. Basically, anyone can be a developer. Like you can be working in like product or design where you're and still be considered a developer. Engineer specifically works on code. So that's kind of like the high level difference between a developer and engineer. Usually, an engineer has like a computer science degree, things like that. Whereas a game developer or a software developer could be just like the person who mocks up the um like what the website's going to look like or writes out the copy for the code or for what's going to display on the website, that kind of thing. um or the game or whatever you're working on. But yeah, the engineers work specifically on the programming language code. What did I do? I pressed the wrong button. So I went to school. Oh, there's a dog barking outside. I closed my door. I went to school for art. Um, Technically, I went to school for electronic design and multimedia. So I was working as a digital graphic artist. I learned a little bit of HTML when I was in school, but not a whole lot. And then when I got into the job, I started working in production and I started working in digital production and I started learning like automation and scripting. So I went art and then code. If you check out Shadow Fight 2, just note that the first is stupidly hard. Okay, good to know. I'll keep that in mind. So I should only check out Shadow Fight 2 and not Shadow Fight. Oh, the first boss. Okay. You said there were three games, but the third game was the story was bad. Oh, it's no. Okay, Shadow Fight 1 no longer exists. Okay, cool. Good to know. Testing place in Facebook. Well, like a Facebook game? Like what was that farming one? I wanted to say Stardew Valley, but I knew that was wrong. Farming Valley, a farming simulator. I don't remember. Like one of those games? It was like a web game? It was a Facebook game? Right on. Believe the best game devs are those who master different domains, art and code. Yeah, I really want to be able to do all of the aspects of code. Like I aspects of a game. Like I'm pretty good at art. Like that's what I went to school for. Pretty good at code. That's what I'm getting paid for. I'm also trying to learn like sound design and composition for music, and it's a lot. But I think the more you know about all of the different parts of what you're working on, the more invested you are in it, right? It was gone in 2017. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. But at least you still got the second one, right? You can still play that one. Greatest of all time. Right on. Definitely have to check it out. That's high praise. Um, I messed up the edges on this. Hold on a second. Let me fix this. Boop. Is that right? What is my game about? Um, so it is kind of bare bones right now, but is the basic idea. Here, let me load up Godot so I can actually show you what's going on. So let's do this. Here, my way, my. Oh, sorry about that. Um, so BitBot is the game that I'm working on. Oh, I need to. Where are you? Go away. Okay. So this is the game. Um, it's about a robot. He starts off as just like a little rolling head. Um, and there's going to be like puzzles and NPC interactions, like people you can talk to and stuff. It's very much inspired by um, Metroid and um, what's the Machinarium? I think I'm saying that wrong. Hold on a second. But yeah, little dude. He rolls around, picks up a body, talk. You know, it's really bare bones right now, but it's it started. I've started on it. And right now what I'm working on is like the background. Thank you. Yeah, I did this animation on stream like 7 months ago. And then I got kind of like distracted by work and stuff. And I had to like take a break from the game dev stuff, and I just now got back into it, and now I'm working on the animation for like moving tiles. Like I want to have the first area of the game, I want it to be very steampunky, like gears and pipes and all that fun stuff. So that's what I'm working on right now in Resprite. Get out of here. First boss took me a month to beat. Right on. Um, for the right for this guy, I need to change your like name colors. How do I do that? You guys have the same name color right now. I can't do that. Anyways, yeah, I want it to be puzzles and a couple of a couple of like enemies and stuff, and a lot of it's okay. You're it's my thing. I'm not used to having to differentiate between people's names. Anyways, yeah, lots of puzzles, a couple of enemies. It's not going to be combat based. It's going to be very much exploration and like um puzzles and interactions with NPCs and stuff. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. So yeah, that is what my game is about. Where did my pencil go? There we go. I found it, my stylus. Okay. Okay, now I can move the mic back. Are you going to make a loud noise? No. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I can figure it out. I can I can work out who's actually talking. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Where are we? What am I doing? All right, I'm going to copy this bit. You're going to add an emoji at the end of your messages? Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just funny that I very rarely have more than like one chatter in my streams because I don't know, I don't have very many followers. And it's just funny that when the one time that I have two chatters, they both have the same color and I'm like struggling to like keep up with it. I guess it's yeah. It is not that big of a deal. It's fine. All right. Oh, I want to copy this part. What? Why? Good enough. How long have I been using Resprite? Well, what's funny is this is actually Resprite, which is on my iPad. So I started learning Resprite on because I have a drawing tablet. I have a Cintiq, and then I moved over to Resprite, which is on the iPad, because I realized I could only use Sprite on my computer, and it was kind of limiting. So I had to like be sitting down at my computer to be able to use it. But with Resprite, I can take my iPad anywhere, and um, it's much more mobile friendly, I guess. But yeah, I've only been using it for. I started using Sprite earlier this year, like in February, and I started using Resprite within the last couple of months. But they're very similar. Um, they're very similar, and they look almost exactly the same. Are they the same company? I didn't realize. That makes sense. That makes sense. They are very similar. Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. I think someone, I think Sprite was made by one company and then someone made Resprite because they wanted Sprite on their iPad. So I don't think they're the same company. I don't know. I just know that I bought Sprite and then Resprite was free, but you can pay a subscription to get like some kind of benefit that I didn't really look into. You're allowed to fork it. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's very nice of them that they make their code open like that. Okay, I'm almost done with this cell. Just got to clean up the edges. Hmm. Do, 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 do. How long do you think someone can take to make basic Sprite like pixel art editor from scratch? You are asking the wrong person. I have no idea how long that would take. That seems like that seems like quite an endeavor. Um, I have not, I have not, I mostly work on like backend code and like database code. I haven't built an entire program from scratch, at least like not like an engine like that. Um, I don't know, probably a while. Yeah, I imagine it'd be a lot simpler if you had like a base code system to work from. See how that looks. It's getting there. It's a little wobbly, but you know what? That's fine. Merge this down. Yeah, it's really impressive. Um, the amount of time and energy that goes into creating just drawing apps or notes apps and like especially if you want to do like cloud syncing, like that's a whole nother networking issue. Like there's a lot to it, man. There's a lot to it. Oops. My opinion on AI. That is a bit of a hot topic these days, isn't it? Um, I think AI can be super helpful for certain things. Like generative AI, LLMs, that kind of thing can be really helpful for like finding patterns in protein folding, right? Like that's something that they've used it for, and I think that's a really great use of it. I think that there are companies that have used content that they don't own to create generative AI that is essentially stealing, especially around like art AI and writing AI, chat GPT, that kind of stuff. And that's not as good. That's not as like, that's not contributing to the betterment of society. That's basically just stealing other people's work and putting people out of jobs, which is not a good thing. Yeah. So I think there needs to be, um, I think there needs to be some kind of regulation as to what is okay to do with generative AI and what's not okay to do, and what kind of rules need to be put around that. Right now, it's the Wild West and people are doing whatever the hell they want. And I think it needs to it needs to be kind of like funneled into a better direction. So I think it's really interesting. I think there's a lot that it could do. I think it just has to be done right. And the way that they're doing it right now isn't necessarily the right way to do it. So, not a straightforward black and white answer, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah, a lot of money grabs. Yeah, when something's new and fancy and shiny like that, a lot of, grimy people will get in there and try to take advantage of it. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Excuse me. Hmm. Do, do, do. Interesting. I didn't mean to do that. I think a lot of these big research companies, Claude, OpenAI, XAI, pushing technology progress of AI, but the detriment of a lot of people. Yeah, I think technological progress without regulation can do a lot of harm, right? Like, technically, the hydrogen bomb is technological progress, right? It hurt a lot of people, and we put a lot of regulations once those bombs were created, right? So I think there's always going to be, you know, massive technological growth until it causes harm, and then we put regulations in, and it starts to even back out, and we get used to it. The problem is if it grows so fast that we aren't able to put regulations in place in time to reduce harm, it can be a real problem. So I think, we're in an interesting time right now when it comes to AI, and it's not always fun to be in interesting times. Science is funny. A couple hundred years ago, people would who did science were considered nerds. I mean, a couple decades ago, they were too. I think there will always be um, that kind of nerdiness when it comes to science. I think anytime, I guess it depends on your definition of nerd, but like anytime you know a lot of stuff and get really interested and almost obsessive about something, you run the risk of becoming a nerd about it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on the science too, as well, right? Like the AI models aren't really changing all that much right now. What people are throwing money into is the training, right? How much information they can put into the back end of the model so that it has a wider breadth of knowledge, right? So it's not that they're updating the code to be super efficient or anything. They're just throwing a lot of data at it. And when you throw a lot of data or a lot of anything at something, it costs a lot of money. So that's kind of what's happening with AI right now, at least from what I understand. I am no expert. Yeah, a lot of context. Yeah, they understand. It's the way AI models work is that they basically are a really fancy statistics machine, right? They're your autocorrect slash like word prediction, but like amped up to 11. So like, I forgot where I was going with that. I don't know. My ADHD. I squirreled. It's fine. Um, but yeah, like they need a lot of context to make it seem like um they know what they're talking about. To be more realistic and more useful. I mean that is the kind of goal for some like software engineers and data scientists is to try to create a general AI. So all of the LLMs and machine learning things that we have right now are all very specific AI, specialized. But people are trying to figure out how to make um, trying to make general AI so that they can take very little context and extrapolate into much bigger ideas. I heard some dude say their current model of allowing people to use them for free will stop. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of that's the thing is a lot of these AI models have not been super um, profitable. Like they're really interesting. They can do really cool things, but they're not making money. And that venture capitalist money is drying up. Oh, show. Oh, Interesting times. Not necessarily safe, not necessarily good, but interesting for sure. Oh, stupid auto mod. That's not what that meant. It triggered on blow you. It thought you were trying to say something you weren't trying to say. Um, yeah. Yeah, it's very difficult to predict these things. When things change this quickly, it's very tough to know what's going to happen next. For sure. Smart NPCs. Like in terms of like creating games? No. Um, I haven't implemented AI into any of my games. Um, I think number one, it's hard to control, right? Like it's hard to get a um expected experience out of a game that's built on AI. Like, have you seen the Minecraft AI thing where it's like super trippy and you like it like changes every time you like zoom in too far on a block or something? Like, that's not the kind of game that I would want to produce. I know it is possible to like have games LSD craft, yeah, exactly. I know it's possible to have games call LLMs as part of their backend like network code. I've seen other people do it. I mean, Minecraft is one of them. That LSD craft is one of them. Um, but I would not want Shiftcraft. Yeah, exactly. I would not want that to be the experience for people playing my games. I would want to have a little bit more control. And the other issue that I have is like, thank you. Oh yeah, I have my Discord muted, and it's also very dead. But I mute it while I'm streaming just so I don't get because I'm in a bunch of other Discords and I didn't see that. But hello, welcome to the Discord. Um, but yes, what was I saying? I have squirreled again. Right, AI in video games. I don't think is yeah, definitely send that over, boxed. I would love to see it. You can send links. I don't have links blocked. No one's really tried posting bad links yet that AutoMod didn't grab. So yeah, go ahead and send a like a Discord link or whatever. Or you can just post it in art in the Discord channel. Hey, we can use Discord to like share stuff. That's cool. Anyways, I would not want to use AI in video games because number one, it doesn't give a consistent experience. And number two, there's a very high likelihood that if I'm not using an AI I trained myself, that the AI I'm using was trained on stolen data, which I would never want to do. Like I would never create art from an AI art thing and then try to pass it off as my own. And I would never try to um, have a game have someone else's work that I'm not like properly um, what's the word, giving them credit for. There's a better word for that. Saw Tencent apply Gene as like a shader to GTA and Andreas. Gen AI. Okay. I'm like, what is Gene? Is that a name of an AI? Okay. Generative AI as a shader to GTA San Andreas to look real. I mean, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to use it. I feel like it would be easier to build your own models. It would be less um, like resource intensive to just build shaders. I haven't seen it, but it's interesting. It's an interesting way to use it. Oh, very cool. I like that. I like that head a lot, box sand. It looks like a crown. Looks like a Dark Souls thing almost. I dig it. It looks like a movie, but still off. Yeah, I mean, generative AI is getting better because they are throwing a lot of content at it, but I think there is a limit. Like, it's never going to be perfect, right? It's never going to be hyper realistic. It's always going to have problems with fingers and teeth. It's always going to have some kind of uncanny valley. Like, the only way it could do something perfectly would be to, like, give it an infinite amount of information, which would require an infinite amount of energy, and we would like need a Dyson sphere for the entire galaxy to do it. He wears that type of armor because he looks like a zombie under the mask. Cool. That's cool lore. This is from the Shadow Fighting game, Shadow Fighter 2. Yeah, he's from 3 though. Okay, cool. Cool. That's very good. I like the kind of like edges, the shading that you've done around the edges. It looks good. Makes it look more like gold and less like just yellow. I guess I could show what I'm talking about. It's a lot of work. I don't want to have to set up a new freaking scene. All right. If you want to see the work, you want to see the thing that Boxan posted, go join my Discord so that it's not dead in there all the time. You actually have Bro's armor in Shadow Fight 3. What does that mean? Like you own it? Like in real life? No. You got his armor from the game? Nice. Oh, you got his armor in the game. Okay, so you got this character's armor and you can wear it in the game. Is that what's happening? Oh, it's like a DLC, like a microtransaction. That's cool. Yeah. Main thing I think about AI, I think is really promising is AI doctors, teachers for everyone on Earth in poverty. Yeah. It'll never be good as like a human, but at least until people figure out how to do general AI, right? So like generative AI is where it can produce information. General AI is where it can like extract information out of a small data set. Currently, it needs a big data set to even be somewhat similar to what a human could produce. And it's not quite there yet, right? But yeah, for people that don't have any teachers at all, an AI teacher is better than no teacher for sure. An AI doctor is better than no doctor. Um, but it's never going to be until they figure out the general AI bit. It's never going to be as good as a person because people can see patterns. We're very good at seeing patterns, and we're very good at pulling making a bigger picture out of a very small piece of information. And generative AI, LLMs, you know, um, they're not as good at that. You get badass stance with a full set like start game, fight riding a horse. Cool. That sounds cool as heck. I think AGI could be very cool. I think it could be a little scary. I think just like the hydrogen bombs, it could do a lot of damage, but it could also give us free energy forever, right? So like it's a technology. It can cause harm for sure, but if we do it right, I think it could be a really interesting and good thing. Yeah, trade-offs, exactly. And a lot of that comes down to regulation, right? We're at the point where we need regulation in AI. And if that doesn't happen before AGI comes through, it could really be bad. Another neat detail is that you fight the king of the legion while wearing armor. He says, "You imposter!" Right on. So they had a custom like voice line for that armor. That's cool. That's smart. I like it. I like it when games do that. Like when they take into account the personalization, the customizations that you've done. That's really cool. That's actually something that I want to put into my game. I want to have collectible hats in the game, um, and depending on what hat you're wearing, NPCs will interact with you differently. That that's one idea that I've had for my game. Oh boy, did I not clean this one up at all? Um, I'm distracted clearly. AI or not AI? That's the question. I mean, we're already doing it. AI is gonna happen. I'll play a bit, Shadow. You gonna play a bit? All right, well, have fun. It looks really cool. I'm gonna check it out after the stream. Sounds cool, at least. AI doctors are a little scary. I would not want an AI surgeon. That being said, I think an AI therapist or an AI like general doctor that could give you advice on how like what vitamins you need to take. Like you got a vitamin D deficiency. This is the food that you should eat, that kind of stuff. Like that's less scary. Ones that are physically interacting with you, that terrifies me. I would not want that. But ones that you can talk to, sure, why not? You don't have to follow their instructions. Honestly, though, I think it's less likely that an AI would do that. I think it's more likely that a shady ass doctor would do that in like, I don't know, some third world country. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that some people have already been using ChatGPT as a therapist. I read about this online and I was like, that's terrifying because I know for a fact that ChatGPT uses all of its conversations that it has with all of its people as its own training data. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll give two a try. I'll check it out. Thanks for the suggestion. I'll definitely take a look. But yeah, have fun playing Shadow Fight 3. Just note the game has an energy system, and you get 5 bars of energy every time you fight. You lose one. That's interesting. I'll have to check it out. I mean, I mean, it's very small likelihood, but there's a likelihood that, all right, see you, Bucks. There's likelihood that some of the chatters in my chat are AI, and I would have no idea. I mean, that's how people use their like phone assistants and stuff. Like that already exists in the world. Give you reminders, tell you what you need to do today, tell you who's messaged you. You're looking at box end. Why are you looking at? Do you think box sand is AI? Is that what you're saying? I don't think so. Seems like a normal person that's very interested in Shadow Fighter. No, I don't think he is. I don't have any proof. I mean, he did post an image that doesn't look AI generated in my Discord. So if you need proof that he's not AI, you can go to my Discord. Only way to break AI is ask them to say the N word. Well, I won't even say the N word, so I guess I could be. I guess I could be AI. You would have no idea. How could you know? How could you know? I mean, how would I know if I were AGI? Who knows? I think the unknown is always a little scary, but it doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Boo. What am I doing wrong here? Soul theory? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You don't think AGI will be a thing? Why? Because machines can't have souls? Okay. I mean, that's like a perfectly valid opinion. Um, I I don't think a soul is necessary to be able to extrapolate larger data sets from smaller input. I don't think a soul is necessary to be able to do that. I think it just requires leaps of understanding. Like it requires you to be able to jump to a conclusion. And we just haven't found the right algorithm for it yet. I think AGI will be a thing. I do. I think it just requires programming knowledge that we don't currently have. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't have proof one way or the other, so he could be right. What's going on here? Could be AI heaven. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean could be AI heaven? Yeah, it could be a paradise. Yeah, you're right. It could be a utopia. I think that would be a really interesting way, and interesting in a good way for AI to progress. I think it's difficult to expect that to happen in a capitalist society, but I think it could be interesting. Um, but it could also end up being like Wally, right? Where everyone turns into just like a fat tub of lard and can't even stand up properly anymore. That's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that could just be a lack of imagination on your end. I mean, we currently have the ability and the means and the weapons to blow up the world currently. We are too powerful, but we exist. Humans could just like literally destroy the planet. We're doing it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's well within possibility because like if you think about it, human beings are just mechanical computers. Our brains are just are like our biological computers. Ones and zeros, neurons are either on or off, right? Whether or not it's possible in a lifetime, I couldn't tell you. I think as long as we don't blow ourselves up, and as long as we have enough, give ourselves enough time without destroying the planet that we live on. I think the possibilities are endless. I am a true techno optimist in the idea that if we don't kill ourselves in the process, we could do anything. Yeah, that's what neurons do. They're either sending electricity or they're not. Like that's how neurons work. I mean, there's also it's not discretely binary because there's the idea of amplitude. So you can have like neurons that are barely firing versus neurons that are firing really with a lot of energy. So it's kind of got that um what's that word? Oh, come on, brain. My neurons aren't firing properly, but basically it's like the radio dial, you know how you can like turn between channels? Analog. So it's got that analog aspect to it, but it is like it's just electricity and we can create analog computers. We've done it. Yeah. Like that is a theory that is out there. I don't know if it's true or not, but the idea is that the soul is just the state of your of electricity in your neurons, right? Like it's energy that's in your brain. Like when you don't have electricity going through your brain, it's just dead brain matter and it doesn't do anything. You're not really alive. But when there's electricity in there, that's what gives it life. That's what gives it the what stopped analog. We went full digital. Digital is cheaper. That's basically it. Digital is much simpler and therefore much cheaper. It's easier to say yes and no versus maybe, right? Trying to teach a computer how to say maybe is how we get to AGI. Nah, wrong layer. I mean, it would be really funny if the first thing that AGI said was "Hello World" on every screen ever. Um, I don't know. I have no idea what AGI is gonna say. What the AGI's first words? It might be a whole goddamn book. Who knows? Troll AGI. I mean, what's stopping AGI from having a sense of humor, from being kind, from being, just like a normal person? It has all the information. It's perfectly capable of it. I don't think AGI is going to be a bad thing, but I am an optimist. I think some component is missing to life to AGI. I mean, life is just built out of stardust. Yeah, I mean, that's true. We don't fully understand it. And we don't know why we sleep. Well, we have an idea. We know what happens when you sleep, right? It clears out your brain plaque. It allows you to like store information differently, right? We know what can happen if you don't sleep. Um, but I mean, here's the thing: like we've been making life for millions of years, long before we fully understood it. People make babies all the time. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean you can't do it. You're working under the assumption that we have to fully understand AGI in order to create it. I don't think that's true. I think it could be created accidentally. So like saying that AGI will never happen, like that's dependent on the concept that you have to understand AGI in order to create it. You don't. Like the first like computer program was like something that most of the people working on it, like what was his name? It was the guy trying to decode Nazi Germany's like messages. But like one of the people understood it, but he wasn't the only one working on it. And a lot of people that were working on it didn't know what they were doing. They were just kind of following Alan Turing. Thank you. Um, had no idea what it was doing, but they could still help, and he couldn't do it on his own, right? So I think one thing that human beings are good at is coordinating. We don't necessarily need a man with vision. We just needed to have enough people that know enough. No, not Elon Musk. Fuck that guy. Um, I we just need to have enough people that understand enough parts of it to be able to build it, right? I don't think anyone will ever fully understand it. I think some people will know this part, some people will know that part, some people will know this bit of code, some people will know that bit of code. And then when it all gets kind of combined together, it makes something that is greater than the whole, greater than the sum of its parts. The whole is, you know what I'm saying. Nope. Yanakuna? I don't know who that is. Jan LeCun. Still don't know who that is. Let me Google him. There's a lot of really smart people out there. Computer scientists, machine learning. Yeah, okay. Boop. Convolutionary neural network. Right on. Went to NYU. Yeah, I used to live right by NYU. Bell Labs. Okay. Seems like an interesting guy. I don't maybe. I don't know. My 2 second review of the Wikipedia page did not give me a full understanding of who he was and what he could do. It's possible. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be a single person. I don't think it's going to be a great leader that does it all. I think it's going to be a collaboration. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's really close. Why is it that close? I don't know. I don't know. Why not a great leader? See most of the big achievements in science being driven by a single person: Newton, Alan Turing, Marie Curie. So there's a quote from Newton where he said he was standing on the shoulders of giants. Newton did not do everything on his own. He did make breakthroughs for sure, but he couldn't figure everything out himself. There were things that he didn't understand that other people were able to figure out later. Einstein didn't know everything. He he built a lot of his work based on Newton's work. I think our society has a tendency to put a lot of emphasis on individual achievements in order to kind of make our societal norms make sense. Um, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't think one person. Some people are, you know, extraordinary, but they don't live in a vacuum. They had parents, they had teachers, they had contemporaries. Just because the stories that we like to hear are about individuals doing amazing things, it doesn't mean that that's what's actually happening. Yeah. I think the idea of like extending one's life could make it really interesting for people to be able to do more over a longer period. But I think there's always going to be, collaboration, cooperation. It's always going to be multiple people working on a thing. It's not going to be one person sitting in their basement, you know, doing it all by themselves. I've done that so many times. Accidentally moved the entire frame because I forgot to deselect. And I feel dumb every time I do it. Do, 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 do. All right, I am going to go use the bathroom, take a quick break. I will be right back. You think a single person is going to break the current limit is because of obsession? I mean, it's fair. I think obsession has limits. People burn out, but I think people are more likely to build things, greater things, if they work together than if they try to do it all on their own. But anyways, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my cat decided that um, me going to the bathroom meant that it was time for me to give her a treat and give her pets and all that good stuff. So, boop. Okay, let's get back to this gear. Oh, I missed some messages. Thank you. We're always standing on the shoulder of giants because of whom is a person who discovered fire. Sure, we could multiple says people working on the same project, but only one person will get credit for scientific. I think only one person getting credit um, for something is a symptom of our society and not necessarily what really happened. Also, people didn't really discover fire. Fire kind of discovered people. Fire existed long before people were around. and will exist long after we're gone. Um, we just figured out how to use it. Where did my pencil go? Oh, I'm blind. You think AGI will lose to a kangaroo in a bare flesh and bare metal 1v1? Look, I wouldn't want to fight a kangaroo. Like, I wouldn't want to fight a kangaroo if I had a gun. I would be afraid that thing would still. Have you seen kangaroos? They're scary. Um, yeah, they're massive, man, and they're aggressive too. I've seen the videos. Welcome back. How was the fighting game, Shadow Fighter 3? Boop a doop a doop a doo. You beat the boss. Nice. Grats. Oh god dang! Every time. Nice. Oh, it's got battle passes. Interesting. I'm learning more about this game. Battle pass is easy. Right on. Ba-doo, ba-doo. You upgraded the King of the Legion set. Nice. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. Oh, where'd my I need my brace. Cool. You upgraded that the armor that you posted. Cool. Sure. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Post it on Discord. I don't care. I set up the channels general, rando, I don't know. I set up the channels because I was told that I needed to have at least 5 channels, and those were the ones that made sense. I can create a new channel. I have no idea what I'm doing in Discord. I have no idea. Oh man, that is cool. Nice. All right. What was I doing? You're looking forward to AGI cooking? Um, well, like replicators, like Star Trek shit. Yeah, but can you imagine how bad the first dishes will be? You remember the first like AI generated image? They were so weird. Imagine that on your in your mouth. Didn't mean to do that. The Rock eating spaghetti. Yeah. Thank you, Edie. The cat gave me a tail hug. Again, every time. Hmm. What do you mean? What do you mean Japanese are so creative? Is there a specific example you're referring to? So people are begging the devs to add characters from the second one into the third one. I mean that speaks well for the second game, like art and fiction, well, like manga and stuff. I mean, the Japanese. I mean, I really enjoy anime and manga. But like the Japanese have like a really strong tie to their like ancestors and their past stories. So it's like they build on it over time and they remix it and they make it new. Yeah. Got one of the demons, Widow. Nice. Nice. Video games. Yeah. I mean, the concept of Souls-like games. I mean, yeah. Souls-like games are really popular nowadays. I've been playing the Dark Souls games since Dark Souls 2 came out. They're really cool. Um, but what's interesting about Dark Souls is like it's built off of like um medieval like Europe. A lot of that the armor and stuff is not wholly Japanese. Dizzle said they might be at Shogun soon. But yeah, they do have very, it does have very deep lore. The Souls games are interesting because you can play that game and have no idea about any of the lore. Like it's all hidden in like item descriptions and stuff. Like you can there are plenty of people out there that play Soulsborne games that don't have any concept of the lore. I think the lore is really interesting. I've been watching this channel called Vadividya about Soulsborne games for years now. And he like does deep dives on the lore. It's really interesting. Do I think games will reach a final shape? I think it'd be really boring if it did. If they did, I'd be much more interested in seeing the plethora of new ideas than the stagnation and the consolidation of creativity. God, again, I think it seems very unlikely that humanity and all of the things that it creates will ever get to a final shape, using air quotes here. They are merging in concepts somewhat. I think that has a lot to do with the game industry and not necessarily like if you look at indie games, they are not converging or merging. Like there's some wild indie games out there. I just played an indie game the other day that was like a post-apocalyptic um, visual novel that I it was like it was unlike anything I'd ever played before. And it was really cool. It had some really interesting ideas. Um but like I think the AAA industry, yeah, like it's converging because that's the way big companies work. They try to do things as efficiently and as cost effectively as possible. And when you're trying to do something like maximizing profit, you're gonna you're gonna converge on similar ideas and similar concepts. But I don't think the games industry is converging as a whole. Hey, Tom Ocean, welcome back. You're right. The game industry is money first, customer second. Yeah. Games reach the final shape, it would be a game where creating worlds and games become possible for anyone to create and share. That's basically Roblox. You're saying, yeah, you're saying that the end of the gaming industry is Roblox? That's scary. I don't think I like that. I mean, no shade on Roblox. They've done really well for themselves and they have a really interesting like business model. I mean, it's possible that there's already AGI in Roblox. I don't know. There's so many Roblox games and so many of them are bad. So many of them are bad. I don't actually play a whole lot of Roblox, but my son does. Um, yeah. AGI's hiding in Roblox. He's just doing a hobby, man. Just chilling out, trying to make friends. I don't know. Yeah, Roblox does have a lot of data. And the thing is like Roblox, the way that it's set up, like it's a bunch of different developers creating the code, the back end code. So it's like who knows what kind of scripts and data farming they're doing there. AGI is just chilling, eating up all the Roblox data. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I mean, it is a cybersecurity issue, but I mean, it's the same kind of thing for like their Steam games have malware in them. itch.io has like similar issues. It's not specific to Roblox, right? Anywhere where you're going to have lots of people creating code that is going to be installed on lots of people's machines, there are going to be bad actors. So, like, I'm not saying that Roblox is especially bad for the way that they handle their stuff. I'm just saying that you never really know what you're going to get with stuff like that. You've never played, but seems like a good model, just not management safety. I think, I think they've, I, I, I don't really know a whole lot about it, but they have to have security in place to like look for known malware packages and stuff like that. And the other thing is like Roblox games play in the browser, so like they're the only thing they're going to be able to really access is your browser data, like cookies and stuff. So like it's going to be like any other website. It's going to be stealing the same kind of data that like Twitter steals or Facebook steals. We're in a big century of game creativity. A big generation was raised on terrific video games. Yeah, well, here's the thing. It has video games haven't been around for a century yet. Right? Computers, the home computer has only been around since like the 70s or 80s. That's only a couple of generations. Like we're just beginning the video game journey. This is just the start. Yeah, I think the more exposure you have to something, the more likely you're going to be able to discern good from bad, right? And it's true for video games, it's true for food, it's true for all sorts of things. Yeah, I mean, pretty much every game dev, going back to the beginning of game development, have been players, though. Like a lot of game development came from like board games and, tabletop games, pen and paper. Like there are so many RPG games that borrow from like Dungeons and Dragons and other like, Pathfinder, other paper role playing games. Like this isn't something that came out of nowhere. It was built up. But I think people who have played video games their whole lives are more likely to know what a good game feels like. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be good at making them though. You make a game so you can have fun playing your game. Yeah. There wasn't that much exposure. Yeah, I mean, it's a refinement process, right? You start off clunky and you make it better. It's iterative. I feel like I broke this. Excuse me. Do I think geniuses are born or made? I think that is a fundamental question that has been around since the beginning of time. It's the idea of nature versus nurture, right? I don't think we will ever know to the full extent. It's impossible to like pick a lot of that stuff apart, especially if kids aren't like grown in a lab, right? They do studies and things, but for the most part, people, you know, if if you have intelligent parents, you're more likely to get a decent education, right? Because intelligent parents tend to make more money and have more time to spend with their kids. But a lot of that, it could be both. It could be either. I think it's a combination. And it's something I don't really know. Hey, Azuzu, how you doing? Welcome back. Wee 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 wee. You ate a half a pan of stuffing. Are you stuffed now? Yuck, yuck, yuck. No, you want more? We'll go get more then. Is there no more to have? Did you eat it all? Is that the problem? What the actual heck? Oh, that's what happened. It's on the wrong layer again. Excuse me. Both some people have access to much deeper understanding of things since birth. Yeah. You gotta wait people go to sleep to eat more stuffing. You're gonna go on a stuffing heist. Yeah. I have no idea if geniuses are made or born. I think it's a combination. I don't want to do this one. Can't be born babies are stupid. You make a good point, Suzu. You make a good point. Babies are stupid. Yeah, the thing about evolution though is that it's not going to be specific to a particular creature, right? To a particular animal, particular person. I'm getting skibby at it. Thank you. Um, it's like evolution is a statistics game, right? some people live, some people die, some animals live, some animals die, some bacteria live, some bacteria die. And the ones that do are the ones that are more likely to live. They're more statistically capable of surviving in that environment. So, like, yeah, I think, I don't know. I lost my point. I lost my thread. Oh, what did I just do? What's the matter? Go take your meds. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, that's why. You gotta see your psych doctor tomorrow. Okay, that's good, right? They gonna help you? Oh, I always think of those top world judo or wrestling practitioners that have been learning since like two. Yeah. Well, it's not that they have more brain cells because we all have about the same brain cells. Just some people's brain cells are more squiggly than others. I'm too autistic to be unmedicated. Fair enough. Evolution is being able to pass on genes that help survival. If you die or don't procreate, you be part of evolution. That is true. It's a lot of word. There's a lot of word. There's been lots of words today. I've actually been enjoying this. It's been some good conversations today. How are you going to understand if you don't read, Zuzu? You got to read. Too many word good, few word better. So that actually reminds me of something that I try to take to heart. So, um, is it Feynman? I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but I think it was Feynman, Richard Feynman, that was like, if you can't explain something in a way that a toddler or a child will understand, then you don't fully understand it. Right? So if you can't explain it simply in simple terms, then you don't fully understand that concept. Yeah, discreet art, you have been you've been bringing up the interesting topics, AI and you know evolution, all that good stuff. It's good. I've enjoyed it. But yeah, you need to really understand something to be able to speak simply about it, speak concisely and precisely about it. Your friend is a teacher and one of the students uses AI for everything. I mean, that kid's not going to be learning a whole lot. That seems like a waste of time. Do they still sell Wii's though? I don't. I mean, they probably sell them in like eBay and stuff, but I don't think they sell them. They don't still make them. They stopped making Wii's a long time ago. you don't fully understand something. Some people say they understand a topic but can't, for the love of them, explain it clearly. Well, if you understand something intuitively, that means it's not something that you understand, it's something that you intuit, right? You're not understanding it, you're intuiting it. It's a difference between instincts and, learned behavior. It is discussion post instead of just saying your idea is good. Like me in Greek myths, they use A on discussion posts. Huh. So they have AI write their discussion posts in their class boards. That seems silly. Yeah, and if that person tries to teach someone how to be good at soccer, they're going to have a hard time because they don't fully understand it. Like you can't really understand something until you try to teach it to someone. And when you try to teach it to someone, you got to break that shit down. I've seen people who are, hyper intelligent, super good at what they do, been doing it for years, but when they try to show someone else how to do it, they just fall to pieces because they just do it without thinking. They do it without fully understanding, right? And that's the difference that that's the difference that I'm trying to make is like you don't fully understand something unless you can break it down and teach it to a child. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not that you can't do it. I fully believe there are people that can do things that they wouldn't be able to teach. What the hell is that? What is that? Teaching is painful. Is that a cactus? Bowl booty? I don't know what that is. I don't understand this emoji that I'm looking at. I'm guessing it's supposed to be a bowl. Oh, it's a twerking salad. Like I even have it zoomed in on my screen. I couldn't understand what it was. Uh, Mathematicians, they can explain topics clearly. They can't explain topics clearly, but they hard understood the concept. Man, mathematical proofs make me angry sometimes because they are so convoluted. Try to teach new coworkers, expect to have the base understanding. Yeah, I mean, mathematicians, that's a whole other thing. Like I thought I was good at math when I was in like high school and college. Like I took AP AP calculus when I was in a junior in high school. And then I tried to go into it further in college and I was just like, man, this is not only is this boring as hell, it's so complicated for no reason. Yeah, proofs are dumb. Proofs are super dumb. Which big old words can't you understand, Zuzu? Which words are the ones that you can't figure out? Mathematics? All of them? Well, I can't help you there. If you don't understand all the words, that's a problem. How are you even understanding me talking to you right now if you can't understand all the words? Well, it's not I don't think that people are lazy, right? I don't think it's laziness that makes it hard for people to break things down. I think it's the inability to like simplify things, like find a simpler version of things. Like they have this really complicated notion in their brain, and finding a simpler way to say it is what's harder. Doesn't mean they're lazy. It just means that they're overcomplicating things. You fill it in with brain rot. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Proofs bother me. That's why I didn't become a mathematician. All right. I think I'm done with this frame. Oh, I just need to clean up the edges again. Always cleaning up the edges. Why are you so toddler coded? Coded? I don't know. Why are you? So this gear is for my game. It's gonna be like a moving platform kind of situation. It's one of many. Like it's gonna kind of be background, like kind of like this here. Um, but it's also gonna be like platforms are gonna be moving around on the gear and stuff. But yeah, I'm putting this into my game. Have I shown you my game? I can't remember if I've shown you my game. I'm gonna show you my game because I need a break anyways from drawing because my hand's starting to fall asleep. So this is my game. I'm opening my game. I'm closing things out and moving things around. Boop. Your charger is burning hot. Unplug it. It might catch on fire. I literally had a charger catch on fire. One of those cheap ass chargers. I plugged it into a plug at McDonald's. This was years ago. And it literally caught on fire and started burning like smoke. It made the whole place stink. I just ran out like a scared like I was so embarrassed. I like unplugged it, ran out of there, and just I never went to that McDonald's again. Um, yeah, so this is my game. It is. I got this little dude. Dang it! Activate the screen. Why is this not moving? Oh, it's because I forgot. Okay, so I got my little robot head here. You can pick up a body, or the body picks him up and jumps around, and you can get to bigger places and stuff. And then you can get into smaller places with just the head. It's kind of like Metroid based, but the idea is the gear is going to be part of the background, and there will be like moving platforms on the gear, and there's going to be a bunch of different gears. There's also going to be NPCs and loading zones. Yeah. So this is what I'm working on. Yeah, that's a little BitBot. That's a little rolling head. Oh, that's a bug. It's not supposed to do that. Wow. How did I even do that? Okay, I need to figure that out. Anyways, so yeah, that is what I'm making the gear for. Is for my game that I've been working on for like 7 months, 8 months, since like March, I think. Yes, Metroid is where Samus is from. You are correct. Samus is the little ball person who turns into a big mech warrior who's actually a girl. Yeah, yeah. Metroid's been around forever. So this is gonna be a more puzzle and like what's the word, narrative version of Metroid. Like there's gonna be some some combat, but it's not going to be the focus of the game. Like I'm going to have enemies that run around and like you have to try to avoid them. I don't think there's actually going to be like you kill stuff in the game. I think it's just going to be you try to avoid getting killed. Kind of like oh, why did the name of the game fly out of my head? Celeste. Right? Like Celeste doesn't kill anything. They just climb a mountain. You want to make more games in Godot? It was a lot of fun. I made a simple Flappy Bird like game. Cool. I would love to see that. Um, yeah, I wanted to make a simple game, and then it just kind of spiraled. Yeah, you can post links. You got a itch.io or something? Hearts. Yeah. Yeah, you can post links if you want. If you post something nasty, I'll just ban you. Just warning you. Don't link me to porn. I don't want to see it. Right on. Scale the tower. Can I show this? Can I show this on stream? Cool. Ba, 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 ba. Scale the tower. By Tom Ocean. Cool. I like the illustration. I like the dragon character. Dragons are deathly allergic to butterflies. I did not know that. I could see it being true. Are those teeth? Ugh. Yep, yep. Those are bad. So avoid the teeth and the flutterbys. You've been feeding your dragon butterflies? Okay, I'm bad at this game. Just because I make games. Oh wait, I don't have to flap on the bottom. Is it supposed to be like that? I thought Flappy Bird was like you're not supposed to touch things. It is a little slow. It's okay. Hey, you made something and you put it out there, and that's not nothing. Goo pits love throwing goo balls. Good to know. I mean, if you're a goo pit, if I were a goo pit, I would love to throw goo balls too. We cool. Very cool. I am going to give you a follow. Boom. Well done. I'm not going to finish it on stream because I want to keep going with my game. Yeah, is this GD script or Python? GD script, cool. Yeah, you did good. Where did my iPad screen go? Come back. Come back, iPad. Go away, Godot. All right. Yeah. I dropped my pencil. Two days of work. Yeah, that dragon's really cool. I liked it. It was a really good illustration. We're all game devs here. Discrete art. Not really. But we all could be. Yeah, I started with Unity as well. I'm just now learning Godot. But I use Python in my like day job. Yeah, looking at documentation is a good way to start. Um, Unreal Engine is more difficult to learn. I feel like um, it's slightly more complicated in my opinion. Yeah, Python and GDScript are very similar for sure. It's like um, GDScript is like classified like TypeScript for JavaScript. It's very similar. Yeah, Unity is really has a really low barrier to entry. I think one of the problems Unity has is um, they're not super consistent with how you can monetize your games that are made in Unity. Like they've been changing their rules around a lot. Um, but yeah, Unreal is like higher end. It's like good graphics and stuff. You can get really good graphics out of Unity, but it takes more work. It's really easy to get really simple games in Unity. And there's a ton of like tutorials and documentation out there for Unity. Yeah. Use the UI script stuff more than C++ or other programming. It's good. That's interesting. I really haven't looked a whole lot into Unity into Unreal. I really should. Um, I kind of started with like HTML5 canvas games with like JavaScript backends, and then I went to Unity, and then I went to Godot. I haven't really played around much with Unreal. What was that game called that was 92 kilobytes? Are you talking about Doom? The thing that can run on anything? The thing that they've run on like cells? It was 3D. Doom was 3D, kind of. Unreal Tournament? Quake? I don't know. That's not very. You got to give us more information. That's a word I can't pronounce. Is that German? Kiergear? Sounds Norse. KK Riker? Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Basically, it was a game tournament and they won. Do I have any tips in working in Godot? I am still learning how to work in Godot. So, no, I don't have any tips. I'm sorry. The way they handled the graphics was genius. Interesting. All right, let's see how this looks. It's getting there. Animation takes forever. Yeah, make everything a scene. Use pre-built assets. Like there's a whole like asset store in Godot, the asset library. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Oop. Like you can just download other people's work and bring it into yours. It comes with the caveat of like you have to figure out how they did things in order to change it. But yeah, I would say start with a project, something that you want to do in Godot, and then just like look up documentation and tutorials and go from there. Like you have to start with an idea. Because if you just go say, I want to learn all of Godot, you're going to spend years learning it and then it's going to change underneath you and you're not going to understand it anymore and you're going to have to start all over. So, like, start with a project and work from there. That's my suggestion. That's what I'm doing at least. That's how I've learned most of the things that I've learned over the years is I start with something that I need to do. Like it's how I learned how to make websites. It's how I learned how to um, create automation, that kind of stuff. 3D top-down Diablo-like game. That sounds cool. I have no idea if Godot can handle that kind of game, but it sounds cool. I know Godot is capable of doing 2D and 3D and isometric views and stuff like that. Depending on how complicated you want it to be, it might be too much for the engine to handle. You might have to optimize the shit out of it. I always wanted to create a dungeon game where you can cook and eat the mobs, like Dungeon Meshi, like Delicious in Dungeon. Think it'll be fine. All right, yeah, just give it a try. Yeah, like Dungeon Meshi. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, you won't know until you try it, right? Ah, bump my hand. Oh, boy, what time is it? 10:30. I think I'm gonna call it there for the night. I think I started, when I started, I had 2.5 frames of animation, and getting through 4.5 frames of animation is a pretty good output for a stream. I'm okay with that. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's been cool talking with you guys. You made one level of a game like that? Cool. One level's not nothing. All right. Well, it's good hanging out. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye.